Hi, Yuri. Hey, Raven. How you are two doing? Oh, we have a cross. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, I need to hide this thing. Give me a sec. I'm not seeing anything. There we go. Okay, so we hide that. How you all doing? Hi, Yuri. How are you handling? Are you having a good day?
Please be happy.
Okay, so it's been a long time since I did this last time. So last time it was we were on the first time, and we finished with Mijo, this lovely fox over here, just discovering that people forget about her. Bit loud, thank you. Is it better or still loud? Still. There. I think that the music is quite loud on the screen, but then when we get in, it gets quieter. So we'll see. But yeah, last time, it was a long time ago. I need to take a break because I was feeling emotionally devastated and I didn't want to go into this thing. But yeah, last time we were playing with Miho, as Miho, sorry, and we discovered that people can't remember us if hasn't passed a certain amount of time. The time period we don't know yet. We will learn about it. But let's go with it.
Let's read a story together.
Fog settled over the forest, far from the villages and towns, and with it came silence. Is this chapter 1, day 1? No. Oh, we are not in the right one. Load chapter 2, please. Okay, we were in the chapter 2 already, and we need to choose where to go. Like, um, the ones with the clock indicate that something is time is going to pass. We only have certain amount of time per day, and when there is a character, that means that we can interact with a person there. I'm gonna go with see this beautiful swan. During a conversation with Aspen, she told me about what Lina's next adventure would be, an outdoor painting class. When that time rolls around, I decided to go check it out. Just like the other activities I've tried with Lina, it'll be happening in the park. When I arrive, I don't even have to look around. The class is right next to the entrance. The group is bigger than the ones for tennis and tree planting. Everyone has a big canvas on a stand in front of them, and there are a bunch of paints and brushes in the middle. Lina's easy to find, like always, and I see Cyrus on the other side of the crowd, away from her. Seems like he's not the one in charge today. A friendly person in a pink stained apron gives me a ride, helps me choose a canvas and some art supplies, and then sends me to find a spot. Naturally, I head over to where Lina is.
Hey, mind if I set up here?
Oh, sure. Are you new here?
Yeah, this is my first time painting.
Me too. Wanna have a Actually, maybe you shouldn't race when you're painting.
She has a point. Like, art takes its time. You should not rush it. I take a peek at what Lena's been working on. It doesn't seem like there is a particular topic, so everyone's painting is different. Lena's painting is a picture of a young swan with a big flower on its head. It's surprisingly creative.
This is amazing for your first time. You think so? I mean, of course it is.
Aww.
What are you gonna paint?
I don't know yet. Let's see.
There are a bunch of different size brushes and a variety of colors. Having so many options to choose from makes it harder, not easier to decide. Maybe I should go for something simple, like a tree. Just a brush and a shade of brown. I get to work.
All right, everyone. Warm-up's over. Go ahead and find a partner. We're going to work on portraits today.
My tree is mostly done by now. It's not very detailed, and it doesn't look like any tree I've seen in real life. But at least I can tell what it's supposed to be. When the instructor says to choose a partner, I instinctively turn to Lena, preparing to ask her. But of course, she's looking over in Cyrus's direction. I sigh to myself.
You should go ask him before he ends up with someone else.
Oh, mijo. It'll mean I have to partner up with a stranger, but as far as Lena's concerned, she and I are already strangers, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Lena jumps in shock.
Whoa, are you a mind reader?
Oh, Lena, it's obvious. It's like looking Raven and Kieran being in the same room. You notice the spark.
Something like that.
That's so cool. You're right, though. But what if he says no?
Try to deny it, Raven. Try to deny it. I've been with Kieran and you in the same room. That's something you can notice. It's just there. You know?
Then he says no, I guess. Nothing would have changed, right?
She taps her chin.
You know, you kind of remind me of someone I work with. Anyway,
Thank
wish
you,
me luck.
Oryx. My mic sometimes is loud and sometimes it's quiet. Okay, let me just put the maximum gain over here. Oh, by the way, Oryx, if you like those hearts, I made them myself. And they're in my Gumroad. So, if you want to have them, they are for free. You don't have to pay anything. You don't even have to give credit. They work with Vinian and they work with PC, with Tits. Follow the game title and please be happy. I will try. I'm giving my best.
Good luck.
I watch as Lena goes up to Cyrus and talks to him, too far away for me to hear. I guess it must work out. because they soon set up their canvases facing each other. And you didn't hear anything you said earlier with you and Kieran? Okay, what I said is the following. When you and Kieran are in the same room, you can see a spark in the air. Magic going on, if you will. How are things going today? They're going alright. How are you, Nala? Still too hard to understand English. Sorry, I understand 40 to 50% what you say. Oh, where are you from, Oryx? Or if you don't want to disclose that, what's your mother language? Your thumb doesn't hurt anymore, so you're happy about that? I'm glad. Okay, so I've read that already. Unfortunately, watching them means that I missed out on my chance to find a partner. When I look around, everyone else has matched up with someone. That's more than fine with me, but unfortunately, the instructor comes over and invites me to partner up with her, which I grudgingly accept. You're from Russia. Ah, I see. I don't speak Russian, so I guess it's English. I will try to talk slowly, but also my accent could make it hard for you to understand me. For the next little while, I struggle to make something that resembles the woman across from me. This would be a lot easier if she looked like a tree. I speak English very well. I know, but still, my accent makes it harder to understand for non-native speakers. It's fine. Is your practice learned English? Then you can listen to me and try to understand. That's half the battle. Because the more you hear someone speak English, the more you get used to it and the more you understand. Like, honestly, if you only watch TV shows and you read the closed captures or the subtitles, you're not gonna learn much, because all you do is read and you are not paying attention of what people are saying. It's through conversation when you learn, honestly. Listen to many accents too, it really helps. It does, but when you're starting learning English, it's easier to just listen to either American English or English, if you know what I mean, like English from people from England. The moment you listen to Scottish people or Irish people or Aussies, you are gonna be lost. They have really thick accents and it's harder to understand them.
Time to change things up. Show your partners what you made, and then go find a new partner.
Like your accent. Raven, your accent is lovely. I've heard you speak, and it's like, I don't know, like listening to a soft kitty that wants to be hugged all the time. You can't distinguish accents yet, so apparently the basic one is English. Depends. Like, honestly, The most common one that you will hear through movies and series is American English. Raven have a cute voice, that's for sure. My accent is good too, and you can understand me well. That's because I worked hard on getting rid of the Spanish accent. Like, honestly, Wolf was surprised when they knew I was from Spain. They were like, you don't sound Spanish at all. Like, at all. Duolingo gives basic English. It does. It's easy to understand than someone with a Boston accent, in my opinion. I mean, I haven't heard people from Boston. But I know that when a Scottish person wants to be really thick with their accent, or Irish person, you cannot understand a fucking thing. Like, the first time that I watched Lost, the person playing the Irish guy was almost impossible to understand. I can understand the Scottish people. It's hard, but I can. Well, everyone gets to that. She brings her canvas over to show me.
Whoa.
It's definitely me. My tail is fluffier in real life, and my ears aren't that big, but I can still recognize myself. Thank you, Raven. Thank you for getting my cape off. Oh, Raven, by the way, I also made some changes to one of the redeems. Try to figure out which one.
Mine's not even close to that good.
Oh, don't despair, mijo. Art is just... takes time. Okay, Nala. Arara. There you go. Turn around the canvas so she can see the results. Another one? Okay. Roar! And thank you for throwing love at me. Compared to the paintings he made, I'm kind of embarrassed to say, still, she smiles at it. I do have an aura, yeah. I need to check one thing. Hold on. There we go. I got away, Raven. I got away. The hearts are now bright hearts. They were always bright hearts. I made them myself. I turn around the canvas so she can see the results. Compared to the paintings he made, I'm kind of embarrassed to say. Sure. Till she smells at it.
I think it's lovely. Painting is like anything else. The more you do it, the more you improve. And I've been doing it for a long time. We all have to start somewhere, though.
How come you don't remember them being that? I don't know. Oryx. Squats? Okay, I'll do squats. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a pity that your voice sounds pretty bad for Ara, but you're trying. Well, this is just a skill. Just practice. It's just practice. The moment the instructor and I are done talking, someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn around to see Lena.
Hey, let's be partners. Sure.
Secretly, I just think to myself about how I'm getting paired up with another good artist. The instructor blows a whistle to signal the start, and Lena and I both get to work.
So, how'd it go?
How'd what go?
I know she can't have forgotten me that quickly.
Talking to Cyrus.
Oh, that.
Using a few shades of pink and white, I managed to paint something that looks visibly close to Lena's glow. If I squint a little, at least. And to communicate, someone from England comes in. Hi, Z. How you doing, lovely?
I got too nervous to really say much, so we just painted each other until it was time to switch.
Oh, Lena. You miss me? Aww. I miss you too, Z. By the way, Z, did you see the new model already? Have you seen the new me? I'm gonna make myself big so you can see me. There I come. Hi. Who took my game? My hairdresser. I just went to the hairdresser and just got this cute haircut. You don't like it? You don't like my haircut? Very beautiful. Oh, Raven takes a cutie to recognize a cutie, doesn't it? You don't like it, I'm glad. In the middle of a brush stroke, Lena suddenly drops her brush in horror.
Oh no. What if he thinks I'm boring?
You can see the horn better? Nice. Very majestic, very powerful. Thank you. And there is also another video that is really, really nice. It is this one. And we have a rainbow horn.
I don't think anyone could think that about you.
Yeah, but what if he does?
Don't overthink, Lena. That's not going to work for you.
This is not good.
Leaving the paintbrush in the grass, Lena closes her eyes and puts her fingers to the sides of her head, like she did back at tennis. She must do that for at least a minute while I just keep working on my painting. It looks more like Lena from my last one. Looks more like Lena than my last one looked like the painting instructor. I already know her wings are going to give me trouble.
Okay, got it. I need you to do me a favor.
What is it?
When we change partners again, I need you to go partner up with Cyrus, and then you can ask him what he thinks about me. Don't just straight up ask him though, that'd be too obvious. Try to see if you can get him to say it without saying it.
Say it without saying it?
Why people cannot just be tricked? Like, come on. You want to ask someone what they think about you? Just ask them. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, you know, like,
Gonna hydrate. She makes a few gestures that reminds me of charades, but I have no idea what she's trying to say.
Okay, I'll try.
thanks, I owe you one.
I'm not even motivated by that, because it's not like she'll remember long enough for me to even cash it in. I just want to see what happens.
All right, new partners. This will be the last time.
Here, this is my painting of you. It's better than the last one.
It still isn't great, but I like the way some parts of it turned out.
Ooh, I look great.
Looking down at her own canvas, Lena frowns.
I, kind of forgot to paint you.
Aww.
So, I guess I owe you two things.
Aww.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay, hurry, before someone else takes him.
I walk over to Cyrus as fast as I can without being self-conscious about it. Fortunately, he was distracted with something himself, so he's still on his own.
Hey, wanna be partners?
All right. I'm sure it's a total coincidence you were just talking with Lena, right?
Not at all.
I appreciate the honesty. Anyway, let's get started.
Both of us set up our canvases. Feel a little more in my comfort zone painting Cyrus. At the same time, I try to think of how to do what Lena asked.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Ooh.
Uh-oh. I mean, what is it?
There's something that I want to ask Lena, but I don't know how she'll take it.
Okay, this is getting interesting, guys.
We've known each other for a bit, but that's why I'm worried. I mean, I kind of know her feelings, but not that well. So, and maybe don't ask her this outright. Maybe you can try to see how she feels by, like...
He makes some vague hand gesture that eventually turns into a shrug.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Anyway, what I want to know is...
As Rachel whistle blow, cutting Cyrus off.
All right, that's it. Time to show 'em off.
I rub my ears to recover from the sound before waiting for Cyrus to continue.
Actually, never mind. It was dumb anyway. Here's what I made. Ta-da!
Cyrus spins his canvas around to reveal.
Oh, phew.
I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He's just as bad as painting as I am. I show him my equally unimpressive work. It's messy and scattered.
Nice job. You really captured the way I feel inside.
Oh, fuck. Cyrus, don't be like that. I want to press him on what he was going to say because this is the second time he's almost asked me about Lina and then changed his mind. Or I can ask though, Lina himself comes hurrying over, carrying her canvas. She walks up and shoves into Cyrus's hand before he can even react.
I made this for you so you'd have okay, bye!
Sweet, super cute. Immediately, she zips off back the way she came. Yeah, buddy, yeah. He holds the portrait out at arm's length, where he can see it. I move behind him to get a good view as well. Just like Lina's picture of the swan, her picture of Cyrus is really good. It shows him looking thoughtful as he works on his own painting, biting his lip in concentration. There's a lot of detail in his eyes and face, and on the leafy vein that runs up his neck.
Whoa. This is...
Really good?
yeah.
The two of us look around to try to find Lina, but she's nowhere to be seen. She must have left right away, or she's hiding somewhere. Is you if you're talking to girls? Which one? Cyrus or Lina?
What was it you wanted me to ask her?
Cyrus just shakes his head, still looking at the painting.
It's fine. I need to ask her myself.
All of us, minus Lina, help the instructor clean everything up, with some people taking home their portrait and others tossing them. Cyrus and I say goodbye to each other, but we never talk anymore about Lina. Still, even if it's a while before we hang out again, I'll have a feeling I haven't heard the last of this. This is cute. They are cute. Oh, now I have to choose between Google Street with a key or the Fisherman. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? I mean, this visual novel is really, really cute. So, Keto or Fisherman? Keto or Fisherman? Stop. This is a question mark. What's the question mark again? Let's go to the exclamation mark. Feeling bored, I head down to the waterfront and Mr. Kim's fishing lessons. Oh, nice! Congratulate him for me, okay? And give him a good smooch. Smooch that boy, Raven. Smooch that boy. Like you did on Sunday, with all the people looking. This will be the third time that I've gone. I was prepared to get up last time, but actually catching a fish was a lot more satisfying than I thought it would be. I'm sure I'll keep doing it in the future too. I guess that makes this one of my hobbies at this point. At the very least, it's been better than just wandering around town. When I get there, I'm surprised to find the fishing spot is empty. Surprised to find the fishing spot empty? I don't know. Other than Mr. Kim himself. He's sitting on a folding chair with a sandwich in one hand and a book in the other. He sets down both as he notices me arriving.
Hey there, miss. Something I can help you with?
Oh, I was here to go fishing, but it doesn't look like anyone else is here.
If you're looking for a lesson, then I'm afraid the pool's closed, which is to say the next one doesn't start for a couple of hours.
Ah,
But if you just want to try your luck with the ocean, you're more than welcome to borrow a rod.
Sure. Thanks.
now that I know what to do, I don't really need Mr. Kim to walk me through it each time. I should be fine on my own. I attach a lure and then cast my line out into the water.
I hope I don't catch the same fish as last time.
Since there is not much else to do, I look out at the sea while I wait. It's been a long time since I've been on a ship or even a boat. A long time ago, they were the best way to get around, but ever since there's starting being airships going all over the world, I sneak on to those instead. While I'm standing there reflecting, Mr. Kane comes up beside me.
No bites yet?
Nope. Nothing.
Maybe the fish all went out to eat.
Like usual, he takes a moment to laugh at his own joke.
That's fine. I had to wait even longer than this last time.
That's the right attitude to have. They can keep you waiting for a while.
You've been waiting for a long time for a certain fish, right?
Spot on. Who told you about that?
I took one of your lessons a while ago. You told me about it then.
Huh. Well, my memory sure isn't what it used to be. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Not just any fish. He's the king.
Ooh, the king of fishies. The fishy king. You know, there is Burger King and there is Fishy King. He's waiting for Fishy King. And he's birthing today.
The king?
The way Mr. Kim says it sounds dramatic.
Yes, the king of the ocean. He travels the waters of the world all on his own. He takes his meals from a different fisher every night. It's said that if he chooses you, you'll have 7 years of good luck.
Oh, what was it? Kieran. Let me just go to Twitch and get it right. Duplicate. Kieran. No, it's better than Discord, honestly. GT6. There we go. Let me just GT86. There we have it. The good boy. Why is it that? Okay. That was not it. Okay, so if I do it manually, it doesn't show the picture on the screen, which is weird. Why? It used to do it. I don't know why. Okay. It's fine. He wins, giving me a big thumbs up.
Not a bad deal for catching a fish, right?
7 years. Wow.
Sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? To tell you the truth, I don't care too much about that. But the privilege of being recognized by the king of the ocean, now that is a prize worth chasing.
Ah,
So, if he's always swimming around the world,
I tried to picture it in my head. That's a lot of water.
He only comes by once a year. 1 day is all you get, and then he's on to his next stop. And then the next fisherman.
no wonder you've been waiting for so long then. How many years have you been after him?
Oh, I've given up counting at this point. 16, 17, who's to say? I stopped keeping track at least 5 years ago.
Ooh.
I've seen him once, which is more than many can say, but he swam right past our shores. I heard he was landed a few towns away.
I'll bet he must be huge if he's the king.
He's not tiny, that's for sure. His scales are every color at once, and they look like gemstones in the water.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Whoa. I want to see him.
You'll get your chance in a few months. He's due to swim past Wellington a couple of weeks before the new year. You can bet I'll be ready.
I'll try to. What do I have to do?
That's up to you. Some say it's just luck. Some say it's about having the tastiest looking bait. Some say the only thing that matters is where you're standing when he passes by. For me, I try to get to know the fish and the sea. I figure if they trust me, they can put in a good word with the king.
Okay. Mr. King talks to me about fish and fishing for a while longer, until it's time for me to head off. Although I didn't catch anything again today, I still liked hearing those stories, so it wasn't a waste of time. At the end, he invites me to come back and fish anytime. Whether it's a lesson or not, I promise to take him up on his offer, even though I know he won't remember it. I like to see this king too. There's still a couple months before he'll be here, so that's plenty of time for me to get better at fishing. With that new goal in mind, I head back home, already looking forward to returning. After having dinner and saying goodnight, I head upstairs to get ready for bed. As I flick off the lights and start to leave the restroom, something in my reflection catches my attention. My bead is glowing slightly. Just barely. It's so faint that I can only notice it in the darkness. Removing the necklace, I inspect it more closely. They are warm. Not just my magical bead, but the regular ones next to it, too. Not as warm as when I use my transformation magic, but enough that after hundreds of years of carrying them, I can detect the difference. I'm not sure what it means. Everything about my magic has always been a mystery to me, really. Some things, like transforming, I just knew how to do instinctively from the beginning. But other than the fact that my bead always comes back to me, no matter where I leave it. I don't know much about it. Returning to my room, I brush my hair to the side and put the necklace back on. I don't have to wear it when I sleep, but it feels more uncomfortable not having it on, like something's missing. When I climb into bed, I pull the covers up to my chin like always. Rather than transforming, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow is my first day of work. Never in 100 years had I expected that thought to ever cross my mind. Laying here in the place that I've started thinking of as home, the idea doesn't seem that scary. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm excited too. Maybe I'll be really good at it. It'd be nice to be good at something other than thieving. As my eyes begin to get heavy, it occurs to me that usually I'd have changed into a fox by now. So for the first night, I was too tired. I've spent all my nights here in that form. I need to put my fan on because it's getting really warm on here. But tomorrow, I'm taking another big step into people's life. So it feels more appropriate to stay this way. Rolling onto my side, I face out the window as I let myself succumb to sleep, with the gentle warmth of my beads against beads against my neck. The morning of my first day of work, I wake up extra early, at least an hour before Aspen will be here. I creep through the house so Juliet can hear me, and slip out the front door. Outside, it's wet. I don't know if it's rain or just morning dew. There is more dark than sunlight still. But I can already see that the clouds overhead are gray. Just 2 weeks ago, that would have been a cause of concern, but now it's barely worth thinking about. I have somewhere warm to go back to. I start walking, taking a familiar path. Has it really only been 2 weeks? I feel like I've done more living in the past few days than in all the years before then. Every day is something new, and every evening something secure. It's a life I could only dream about. It scares me how fast I've slipped into it. Spent my whole life alone. I devoted my entire existence to keep it that way. But now, ever since meeting Aspen and Juliet, I'm not sure I like being on my own quite as much. Feels like I'm losing part of myself, my armor, my defense mechanism, like I'm getting weaker. And maybe that's true, and also maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to let myself be a little more vulnerable, just a little. There is no one else to be seen on Mount Victoria as I make my way up to the path. Instead of going straight to the top, I veer off into the underbrush. I haven't been back to my den since Juliet came and found me. Haven't forgotten the way though. All the rain since then has done a number on the den. It's probably recognizable, since most of it collapsed into mud in other words. It hasn't changed much since the last time I was here. Overhead, the birds chirp in the trees. Maybe they're the ones I fed before.
Morning, birdies. Sorry I don't have anything for you today.
It doesn't stop them from asking. Half-heartedly, I try scooping away some of the mud from the mouth of the den. But more just slides down, erasing my progress. Then one of the walls collapses even more, making things worse.
Well, so much for that.
Poor Miho. It's well and truly ruined. That's okay though, I don't think I'll be coming back here. Just 2 weeks ago, this was all I had. Now it doesn't feel like anything. Maybe that's okay too. I turn about to head back to the main path when there's a rustle, a branch, and something comes out of the brush. She walks confidently for a fox. She trots right out of the bushes and crosses in front of me, then freezes mid-step. Her fur is pure silver, except for a patch of black across her face and paws. We lock eyes instinctively. I can feel myself prepare to transform, so I can treat her as a fox, but I hesitate. Is that still my place? I'd be lying if I called myself a fox now, at least fully. I relax, not having noticed how tense I was. My beats also go cold, although they've barely started to heat up.
Hi there.
I say it as a person instead, same as when greeting birds. At the sound of my voice, the fox turns tail and runs. It doesn't give it a second thought. 1 second she's there, and the next she's almost out of sight. I can feel a pull in my chest telling me to run after her. I'm sure I could still catch her if I tried. Of course I don't. I'm not the kind of person who goes chasing after foxes anymore. I gotta go home. How you doing? Are you here to throw a Pokeball at me? Instead, I watch her disappear. It doesn't take long. Not even the grass rustles behind her. Sure, I'll still transform into a fox in the future. I love it too much not to. But I have to set some boundaries for myself. Watching her go fills me with a pang of longing, but also confidence. I'm making a choice to live this way. Even if I regret it later, at least I thought about it. At least I'm trying. I make my way back to the trail and up to the top of Mount Victoria. Coming up here never ceases to amaze me. No matter the weather or time of day, the view is always stunning. Right now, it's just me and the breeze. I close my eyes and spread my arms out, letting the wind ripple through my hair and jacket. You're good melting with this weather? I have already my fan on. It is helping. For a moment, I just let myself go, and I appreciate how it feels to exist, to be alive and enjoying the breeze. I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? Slowly, I open my eyes again, looking out over the city spread before me. The first time I came up here, I thought it felt kind of small. After all, I can see the whole thing from here. But now it strikes me how big it is, how big and how full. There are more people than there are buildings, and there are plenty of buildings. Humans and fabled, all alive and existing. Up until now, it's been easy for me to forget that people exist, just like I do. That they have thoughts and feelings and things that they want, rather than just being problems to solve or obstacles to avoid. Now I can't help but notice just how alive the world around me is. Even at this early hour, I might be alone up here, but there is plenty of activity down in the city. I fumble around in my pockets until I find the right size coin and fit it into the binoculars nearby. I scan over the city, looking for anything that I recognize. Finding the fishing spot is easy, since all I have to do is follow the coast. The whole pier is already covered in fishermen. From there, I managed to find the bell house. Its windows are dark, and it doesn't stand out much. I wonder if Aspen will be the first one there again today. After the bell house, I aim the lens at the library. The windows are dark there too, of course, including the windows in my room. I pause on that image, just my window, framed in the middle of the lens. From all the way up here, I can spot a tiny little place that I can call my own. I stare until the shutter clicks and the view goes dark. Just 2 weeks ago, I stood up here and wondered if I'd be better off leaving. I'm glad that I have an answer to that now. Turn around and begin the long walk home. The library is still dark when I get back, but I can hear the low murmur of conversation from the kitchen. As I step through the doorway, I find both Aspen and Juliet already seated at the table waiting for me. Breakfast is already cooked too. There's a lot more food than usual.
Ah, Miho. welcome back.
There you are. We were wondering where you'd gone off to. Morning. Just went out for a walk. Sorry if you thought I ran away again.
Aspen shakes her head, pouring herself a cup of coffee as I sit down.
The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't really believe it. You've got a big day today, right? You can say that again. Went on my walk just to clear my head. I hope you're excited too. I'm happy for you, even if I am a teensy bit jealous.
Aspen spoons a tiny scoop of sugar into her coffee and stirs it. Wait, is that how you're supposed to do it? I have to remember in case Juliet ever makes me drink tea again.
A teensy bit of jealousy is a good motivator to work even harder myself.
Aww.
Actually, about that...
Juliet, you had better not be about to offer me a job.
Rather the opposite. I have a favor to ask. Just for today, do you think you could assist Miho as she gets her bearings? It's getting near my bedtime, and while I'm sure Miho will be able to handle herself, I imagine a helping hand would make things easier. That is, assuming Miho doesn't mind.
Of course not.
Both of us look at Aspen expectantly. She bites her lip and tries to hide her smile behind her cup of coffee as she takes a sip.
Well, I suppose I could spare the time. Great. But what about the Bell House? You didn't get fired, did you? They'd go out of business the day they fire me, and they know that. But I enjoy how that's your first assumption.
Well, yeah, it's just like... Why would you say that they fired you? She's great. She's good at it. Don't worry. I'm not going to see over here. She's great. Me. My little Misha.
No, I simply swapped shifts with someone, so I don't have to go in until later. Wow, that's convenient.
And much to our benefit. Thank you, Aspen.
Don't mention it.
Then, shall we turn our attention to breakfast instead?
Ooh.
Thought you'd never ask.
Oh my, I'm getting sleepy. There is the usual eggs and toast and fruit. But there are also pancakes and hash browns too.
You really went
Hydrate.
all out, huh?
Okay, I shall hydrate. You really went all out, huh?
I felt today merited a bit of a celebration of you and the start of another chapter of your life.
Aw, thanks. It's really all because of you two, though. I'm just... Oh, quit saying that. You need to give yourself more credit, Miho. We can only try to help show you the path. You're the one who has to follow it. Whoa, who wrote that? Nobody. I do occasionally have my own thoughts, you know. Anyway, just accept the compliment and let's eat.
Okay, Miho is it's been a little bit rude today, isn't she?
Fine.
We all fill our plates and start to eat. Breakfast is as delicious as always. The pancakes are still warm and dripping with melted butter and syrup. And the hash browns are nice and crispy.
How is it?
soggy before.
Oh, mijo. Sometimes that's because they were leftovers I scavenged, but sometimes even when they are furs.
I'll be sure to remember you like them this way. Oh, and the pancakes you made are delightful, Aspen.
You made these? Don't sound so shocked. I have to do a lot of baking and prep work at the Bell House. They're really good.
Okay, that sounded like she had 3 pancakes in her mouth at the same time. Like, not 1, not 2, like 3 at the same time.
Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying them.
As tasty as they are, there ends up being more food that I can eat. Force myself to finish the pancakes, even though I'm full by the time I'm halfway down with them. Because I don't want Aspen to take it personally, but eventually I have to throw my fork down in the pit.
Did you get enough to eat, Miho?
A good amount to you?
More than enough. I think I'm set for the rest of the day. I'm sure you'll feel differently by lunchtime.
And there's no greater compliment to the cooks.
The 3 of us start to clear away dishes, and I start to feel a little apprehensive as opening time draws near. We spend enough time in the library to know I don't need to worry too much, but I can't help but be anxious. There are a lot of little details to remember. Not just which books go where, but stuff like names and special requests too. I already know I'm not going to be the fastest, since I'll have to just copy words and see which ones match instead of being able to read them. With all the practice and memorization I've done, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. So instead of dwelling on it, I make myself focus on rinsing the dishes, making sure I don't miss any spots. On the other hand, Aspen is positively buzzing with excitement, although I can tell she's trying to hide it. She's gorgeous. She flits from task to task, straightening things that don't need to be straightened and tidying up parts in the kitchen that are dirty. She hums to herself as she goes, sometimes popping up beside me or Juliet. And of course, Juliet herself is the same as ever, calm and stoic. I thought she might be a bit worried about leaving the library in our hands, but considering she leaves it and stuff most of the time, maybe not. At the very least, I'm determined to not leave the library any worse than when there is nobody running it. That's a great objective, like not making things worse than when nobody is there. Finally, we finished all the cleanup and chores.
Thank you for your assistance. Are you two ready?
Yes, whenever. Yep.
Let's get the two of you set up then.
Juliet led us to the front desk, where there is a fresh stack of checkout sheets and a jar of pens, plus the computer for looking things up.
I did a once-over before breakfast to make sure everything was as it should be. I'm sure the two of you know your way around the place by now, and that's really all there is to it. And if you feel the need, don't hesitate to wake me.
Don't worry, we'll be fine. I'm like Cinderella. I intend to live my dreams for the precious few hours that I can.
Do you have any questions, Miho? Or anything you'd like to go over again?
I'm fine. I've done all the prep I can.
All right then. If the two of you are all set up, then I'll be off to bed. I'll see you in a few hours.
Yay!
Have a good sleep.
With a final wave, Juliet goes upstairs and disappears into her room. From behind the desk, Aspen places her hands on her hips and looks around like a queen surveying her kingdom.
And now we wait.
Wait. I take a seat in one of the 2 chairs and kick my feet back and forth. After pacing around a little bit, Aspen sits down too, twirling a pen between her fingers.
Nervous? A little bit. It's understandable. I was nervous on my first day of work too. I'm sure everyone is. I just don't want to mess anything up. Especially not on my first day. Relax, it'll be fine. Not that I think you will, but even if you do make a mistake, that's natural. It's how you get better at things, by doing them wrong until you figure out the right way. There's not much that can really go wrong, either. It's not like at a restaurant where there are customers paying money and with all kinds of different orders. If it takes you some extra time to find a book or put one away, that's no big deal. Yeah, I know you're right, but I still worry. I don't want to do such a bad job that Julia changes her mind about me or something.
Oh, mijo. I want to pet her. I'm so happy.
Are you still worried about that? Juliet adores you. You could burn the whole library down and she'd still let you live in the ashes. That'd be closer to what I'm used to, at least.
Aww.
Right, you and your dramatic backstory.
She's adorable. Like, this girl is adorable.
My what? Backstory? Life story? Whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't make light of it.
All of them are. I know, right? Like, this game, the first time I saw it, it was when my friend Yuri streamed it. By the way, go follow her. She deserves it. Go follow Yuri. Go. Now. But when she streamed it and the characters were there, I was like, oh, they're so cute and adorable, and I want to hug them and pet them, and it's just... I want to comfort them. They've gone through a lot. They need to know that everything is going to be alright. That they are not alone in this.
Oh, it's fine. I don't mind. Just forget that you think it's interesting. I hope someday you understand why. Maybe you'll hear a story that resonates with you and makes you want to know more, or get to know that person better.
She pokes me in the side with her pen.
Like me, when I met you.
Aww.
I guess that makes sense. Like when I talked to you and Juliet. Juliet, perhaps. Even I don't know much about her life before she came to Welly. And even that is fuzzy. And you? I know this makes me sound like a hypocrite, but there really isn't much to say about my past.
There is always something to say about your past, Aspen.
For one thing, I don't have nearly as many years as you two.
It doesn't matter, you always can tell something about your past.
But also, I had a boring, normal childhood in a boring, normal town. I went to a boring, normal school for a while before I moved out here, Hoping for a change of pace.
See? You have already talked about your past, and as I said, there is always to be said.
But now I live a boring, normal life, just in a different city. I'll bet I wouldn't think it's boring. I don't even know what a normal town and normal school are like.
Aspen opens her mouth to say something, but right as she does, the front door opens and Aspen leaps to her feet.
Good morning!
The guest, a red-haired human, looks surprised.
Oh, hello. Wasn't aware there was anyone working this early.
I'm just helping out today. But Miho here is the library's new daytime caretaker. Hi there.
I love how she puts her ears down. Like, hi. Hi. She's adorable. I wave, but I'm not sure if there is anything else I'm supposed to say. Luckily, Aspen seems to have it covered.
Let us know if there's anything we can do to help.
Cool. Congrats, Miho. I'm just here to browse. Thanks, though.
Enjoy!
She gives him a bright smile and he walks in and heads to the books before taking her seat again.
Good job! Thank you. Why don't you greet the next guest? Do I have to do that for everyone who comes in?
Oh, mijo.
No, but a smile and greeting never hurt. Although we'll have to keep the volume down. Right.
The door opens again and a pair of... Ring! Thank you for the reset! How you doing, love? 18 months. Holy shit, that's 2 babies. Ring. Did you notice that we have 2 string babies together? Not 1, 2. And the door opens again and a pair of twin rides enter. Stand up, my legs feel just a little shaky.
Hi! Let us know if we can help.
You're eating. Aww. Rain, I have a surprise for you. I've changed one redeem. If you can figure out which one, I will blow you a kiss. Neither of them speak, but they both smile graciously and nod in acknowledgement as they pass by us.
See? That wasn't so bad, was it? No, but so far no one's needed any help.
Oh, mijo.
True. Let's see who we get next.
We don't have to wait long. A breathless man carrying a stack of books staggers his way over to us.
Do you work here? Can you check these in for me? I'm running late as it is. Thanks.
Before we can even answer, he drops his books on the desk and then hurries back out the door.
I wonder why he was in such a rush. No clue, but I respect him still taking the time to drop off his returns. Do you want to start writing them down? Sure.
Taking a deep breath, I grab the top book and a pen. The title isn't too long, fortunately. Slowly, I start copying the letters down. First a curve, then a straight line, then a loop, then an arc.
Hello, welcome.
I didn't even hear the door open this time. As more and more people start to come in, Aspen and I both end up pretty busy. The pile of books that need to be checked in grows fast, and I have to start taking some of them back to the shelves as I go, just to make space. By using a little chart with the alphabet and numbers on it, I'm able to slowly match the labels on each book with a spot on the shelves. As the library gets busier, though, start making some educated guesses about where certain books belong and putting them with others that look similar. I can fix it later if I have to.
Miho, could you give me a hand, please?
Over at the desk, the line of people has gotten pretty long. I have no idea what all these people normally did when there wasn't anyone to help them. I shove the rest of the stack anchor into an empty shelf and hurry over to help. After finishing with one guess, she hands me a few handwritten notes with label numbers on them.
Can you go find these? I think one was returned today, so it might not be on the floor yet. Also, these ones were checked out in the wrong name, so they need to be corrected on the sheet.
Hey.
These three here are going to be picked up later, but we've been asked to pull them ahead of time, so make sure not to get them mixed up with the others.
Ooh. Pour me home.
Okay? Got it. Maybe.
Pour me home.
You've got this.
With a little cheer, she goes back to assisting people. I watch for just a moment. She's clearly in her element here. Even with the line growing longer, Aspen doesn't seem to be getting nervous. I can't say the same about myself though. There's no time to waste. I bounce around the library trying to find the books Aspen wrote down. It takes a while, and I get the instructions mixed up a few times. But eventually I manage to track them all down. When I bring them up to the desk, the stack of returns has gotten almost as tall as I am, so I start taking them in as quickly as I can. Meanwhile, Aspen has moved around to the front to give me more space to write and work.
Alright, let's see.
I grab the top book and start to copy. Then the next, and then the one after that. Before long, they all start to blend together and the letters seem to swirl and move around the page. Oh, poor Mio. I love that art. The poor baby. Look at her. Look at her. The poor baby. So stressed out. I thought this was going to be easy, but it's making my brain feel like soup. Hi, pizza. Thank you for throwing love at me. But it's making my brain feel like soup. By the way, pizza, I want you to meet Rin. Rin is over there, underlining. You both are really, really similar in your rottiness. To the point that you have the same expressions. The two of you. And you both are equally cute when you're rotting. Not yet, you're very tame. You found it, Rain. Here's your report. Mwah. For you. Did I tame you already, pizza? Did I? I'm determined to push through it, though. Even if it takes me forever, which at this rate, it just might. Ritual Helper. This game looks so cute. Look at the little... This game is amazing. Honestly, this game has really, really, really great art. And it's so lovely and so gay and it's great. Oh, by the way, if you guys love that and you are a 3D VTuber, You can grab that in my camp road. It's just there. It doesn't cost you anything. You can just grab them. License is the Creative Commons version 4. But there is also a copy of the license in there, so you can just read it. Pizza? Why are you licking Oryx? If Aspen weren't here, I don't know what I'd do, or what I'll even do tomorrow on my own. I can worry about that later though. For now, I have to keep doing the best I can. Book after book, line after line, guest after guest. It gets easier as the day goes on, but I won't say it gets easy. You're mint kobold. So you taste like mint? That's nice. The Aspen I feel going, and eventually we do start to get things under control and keep the chaos to a minimum. It's tough work, but not too tough. Look at the cute boy coming in. Hi Raven, welcome back. You heard that Pizza was here and you wanted to say hi? Is that it? Is that it, cute boy? Is that it? Maybe Aspen was right about something. The more I try, the more I feel like I can do this. All scars and new friends. Chapter 3. You gotta go for a bit, you have to drop Blake off at work. Okay, Ring. Stay safe. Love you, girl. Really do. Enjoy yourself, okay? Raven, what's wrong? Why are you blushing? Is the hot unicorn being nice to you? All scars and new friends. Little fox. Chapter 3. Have a nice day.
Thanks. You too.
The kind of man takes his book and books under his arm and shuffles out of the library. A whoosh of cool air passing over me as the door opens and shuts. I was going to say Oryx. That's a really nice key smash. But as I don't understand Russian, I don't know what it says. Maybe, just maybe, maybe Haven. It's only just a maybe. Are you sure, cutie?
Finally, time for a break.
With no one else waiting to be helped, I glanced around at the dozen or so people milling about before plopping myself down onto the cushion and Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Do you sometimes forget to change the keyboard layout? Don't worry, it also happens to me when I'm learning Japanese. Like, I switch to the Japanese layout and then I have to just type something in chat and that makes it. With the unicorn makes you blush? And you don't like it, right, Robin? I should stop. Because if you don't like it, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. I shouldn't make you feel uncomfortable. Because you're a good boy. Who knew that working would be such hard work? Do you like it? That's why you're coming back, right? These past few weeks, since I started helping out at the library, have been a bit of blur. There's always so much to do. At least most of it's pretty easy, like straightening out furniture or putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when it's a little messy, but it's what Yuri asked me to do, so I'll do it. Raven, I believe that you, Pizza, Kieran, Wolf, and Gorgojo come here for the same thing. Also Rin. Rin keeps coming here for the same thing. Because you all feel safe and you want me to be nice to you. To keep being nice and nice. Because you know what? You all know that I love you. Talking to patrons, Aspen taught me that work is getting easier as well. First few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous that I could barely speak. There's so much to remember, and still so much to learn. I still don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Pizza, do you want to go? Fine. I'm not gonna kidnap you, I'm not gonna retain you, I'm not going to restrain you. If you want to go, you're free to go. But remember, Pizza, you came here to feel safe, to feel like you're alone. And you know what? I love you. Of course, everyone who comes out thinks it's my first day there, even though I've started to recognize some of the regulars. They never recognize me. Aspen's the only one who comes by every day. Okay, Pizza, stay safe and enjoy work as much as you can. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be taking out books to people. There is a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of each person on the books they're taking. Look at the little Pizza doing some... And that's not Pizza, that's Galaxy. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books or ones with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm going as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. I wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earned rather than stole feels surprisingly good too. And at least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. Hear the front door open again and look up to create a new person, like Gillette taught me. Turns out to be a familiar face. My nerves settling a little as the sight of her.
Hey, Miho.
Hi, husband. Hi, cutie.
Hi, Aspen.
Oops, sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to put loud here.
Hi, Aspen.
Oh, she's adorable. She's adorable. I love her. I love her so much. Say it again, but quieter. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple of books that she just checked out a few days ago.
Whoa, done already? One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends. I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily ever after.
Aww.
The other book was unreadable, unfortunately. I won't be trying that author again. That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one? Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me. If you say so.
It seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Juliet about it later anyway. For now though, I start copying the titles down onto the returns sheet while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes back right as I'm finishing up with a small stack in her hands.
You find books as fast as you finish them. If only I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
She hands me the pile and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hand makes each slow line.
Say, Miho.
I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen.
Yeah? Have you,
She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure how to ask her a question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I've learned that sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out.
Just say it. I don't mind.
Sure enough, her eyes widen as she stops fidgeting.
Have you ever considered learning to read and write? It would probably save you quite a bit of time.
I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have any issue though. So it's good enough for me.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far. Oh, come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now.
Ooh, that long?
Well...
She does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me, but still, reading and writing... It will be useful, it's true. With so many letters though, it seems like a lot of work. I'm already doing a lot of work as it is.
I don't even know how to start doing that. I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure Juliet would too. She'd be delighted if you picked it up.
Her usually quiet voice starts to rise, only adding to my doubts.
I'll think about it, I guess. No, I won't take no for an answer.
Don't push her, Aspen, don't push her.
I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule and... Whoa. Don't I get any say in this? You didn't say no, and that's enough for me. Oh, but that isn't what I came here to talk to you about. Aren't you here to get books?
Snappy girl. Love you.
Right, that too. But anyway...
Aspen reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which she hands to me. Looking at the glossy cover, it's covered in pictures of little vases and statues and other old-looking things.
There's an exhibition at Te Papa about Korean history and culture for a limited time only. I thought you might be interested in seeing it.
Oh. Okay, no internet problems. Dang it, I get scared when my chat keeps reconnecting in OBS. Hi Kitala, I'm having a wonderful day. You are here to watch me play one of the gayest visual novels ever. And it's not lewd at all. This is safe for work. Just saying. Not like most of the visual novels that are gay over there that are just... What's the best word to describe them? Pure porn? Disguised as a visual novel? This is great, honestly.
An exhibit at your dad? No, it's our biggest museum. Te Papa is one of the most interesting places in Wellington, perhaps even New Zealand as a whole. You can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington that's very similar to the one I used on my first day here.
This is the Bell House, so you just go up this road, turn here, then here.
I know that she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but I can at least use a map.
Anyway, it's only open when I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you.
Aww.
But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too. Now that you mention it, yeah.
It's been a long time since I've really had a moment to myself, other than when I got to bed. I'm always around Aspen or Julian or the patrons of the library. Kitala, I would appreciate it if you keep it in English. I know that Oryx speaks Russian, but I don't. And I think my chat, when disconnected, got fucked. Let me just refresh it. Chat. There we go. Not refresh. Is it working? Let me test. Okay, it's reloading right now. Thank you, Kital. I appreciate you so much. It's like I don't mind having other languages that I can understand in chat. Like, if you want to speak in Spanish or German, it's fine by me because I can actually understand what you're saying and moderate. If I cannot understand the language, it's like you could say wherever it is and I will be on my own. It's just like, I don't know what you're saying. Oh, I'm proud of you, Kitala. Okay, that is all. That's another big change on me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
I'm really proud of you, Kitala. I know that learning a different language when you have a kid and such it's really difficult. And it takes time, takes a lot of effort, and you are doing great. Aspen smiles, but it's a thin smile. Like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it.
Perhaps, yes. Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon.
Difficult to put in the study hours. Yeah. I don't think it's a good idea this time, but it's okay. I mean, I think it's a really good idea for someone to learn a new language. It doesn't matter what point of time it is. It's just a great idea. I'm trying to find what's going on. Okay. There you go.
I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello. Will do. Bye.
Oh. With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with the flyer in my hands. Without any patrons waiting around, I take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Raven? Did you just copy-pasted that from Google Translate, or you knew what to say? Which one is it? Most are cracked and worn with age, but they still have a little color to them. A couple have written on them that I can tell is a different language from the one I'm getting used to copying here. Do you know a little bit of Spanish? Ah. And you started to learn Spanish to understand me when I talk in Spanish? Or to understand Google? Or Gorgojo even? Or just learned it in school? In a way, they seem kind of familiar, but just familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it will bring me any answers, but maybe there'll be something interesting to see.
Hiya, I've got these to check out, please.
You watch a lot of telenovela? Oh. You know many languages, but only know a few words. So far, I'm just trying to learn English. Yeah, or learning different languages at the same time, it's a nightmare. Please don't. Don't even try. Your mind will get a lot of words mixed because you are going to just be jumping from one language to another, and that's not the best to learn different languages. Like, it's better to just settle on one, then it's really, really good. And then when you're in an A2 or B1 level, you can start with another one. But until then, just stick with one, set the foundations, and keep learning step by step. I quickly tucked the pamphlet into one of my pockets, turning to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out.
You got it.
You are not stupid. Oryx, you're not. I leave the first book of the stack and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lesson won't be so bad after all. Closing time finally comes around, the patrons slowly trickling out. Some of them linger for a while, making their final selections before bringing them up to the counter. Ah! Kitala! What did you do? Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, but it would take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time. Oh, Dottie. Glad to see you're still reading Pullman. Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
Kitala, what would you do with me? Okay, I need to just modify it so it doesn't get double. That'd be bad. Should I try to do it right now? Should I? I'll do it after stream. In the time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkout, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name, as well as their reading habits. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of them all? We finally managed to get through everyone, a sight of relief escaping as the last patron heads out.
Oh, thank you.
And there comes Aspen. There's a chance that you get caught in the Pokeball? Nope. There is no chance. Because, honestly, if I get caught in the Pokeball, the stream is over. Did you want to end the stream early because you got me? Hmm? Is that what you want? Do you want to catch me so I cannot stream anymore? Is that it? My ears prick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the bedroom holds the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
You're good beans. Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, but then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I collapse onto my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
Am I? It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes, but I promise it's there.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
She rubs her knuckle against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There is also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those? Yes! They're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
Phonics? Why, Miho? Have you decided to learn to read?
Well, Aspen decided for me, but I guess so.
I pick up one of the books from Aspen's pile. The words on it are big and written in a very simple style, and so are the pictures that go along with it. Kitala, there is no universe for that. You are lovely. I am lovely. Everyone is lovely. How can you say uno reverse to everyone being lovely? You cannot. It's impossible. Pick one of the books from Aspen's style. The words on it are big and written in a very simple style. So are the pictures that go along with it. We spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kind of books are meant for little kids. But I guess that's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I can just use that as a motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. I mean, as you are loved here, not just us. I know, Della. I'm low. And you know why? Because you all are here to remind me that I'm valid, that I'm loved, and that you all care about me. And that's why I'm still going. Like always, I have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I say. I take a deep breath and then smile.
So, how do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well.
I have just the thing. Come with me.
Ooh, we're going with Aspen. Okay. Aspen's so eager that he barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to a table beside the ale of books. Guessing that I'll be here a while, I put up a seat while a curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bags brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
Gladly.
Realizing she's going to be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of Blank's lines.
So, to begin with, this is the letter A.
The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast since I've had a lot of experience at work already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of my paper first, before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is pretty precise and clean and reminds me of something you'd see on an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. After we get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right too. When Aspen finally calls it quits for the night, I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your first night.
Indeed. You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
I can't keep a little smile off my face. Maybe I am a little proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we were going.
Do you think I could learn to read by the end of this week?
Mijo, don't try to run before learning how to crawl. The look that the two of them exchanged tells me my answer.
Well...
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading. Going by how quickly you picked this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
Yeah,
Oh, I see.
don't be disappointed, Mijo. It's not an easy skill. Been expecting this to take a few nights at most, but not? That's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward.
Don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me, putting her hand on top of mine. It's a little shaky, but I notice her face is red as she makes a point not to look at me. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep my cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen it's just a friendly gesture. Miho is not a Miho, she's a Mija. Raven, I hate that you're not wrong, because actually Mijo and Mija, it's just the way that Mexicans have to just contract mi hijo, mi hija. So it's mijo, mija. But some people just, for the fun of it, call mijo, mimo. And it's also fine.
Here, follow these lines.
Oh, Aspen! Look at her. She's blushing. Like Raven yesterday. So cute. She gently guides my hand up and down across the paper, slowly forming the letters on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet snorts of amusement. From my side, only confuses me further.
Can you read what that says?
I look down. The word on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards that they were holding up and what each letter sounded like.
Me. Miho.
She wrote her name! That's great! With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheeks.
Yes! You did it!
She wrote her own name and read it. I'm so proud of you, Miho. I'm so proud of you. Still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer on me on something so simple. Looking at the paper with my name on it, but I have to smile a little too. This is the first time I've written my own name, even if I did have Aspen's help. It's the first time I've read it myself too. I stare at it intently, committing the shape of those letters and the motions to make them into my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason this one feels a bit special. I think I know why it feels special now. Just for good measure, I write it down a few more times to practice. Each time it gets a little bit less shaky and more legible.
Thank you. Seriously.
Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. The start of something else that's new. I can add that to the list.
It's our pleasure.
I'll hydrate, Kitala.
Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it. It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes.
Aww.
I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for more, though. I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
Oh my, I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. As she gets up to leave, Juliet and I take to our feet as well. Before realizing it, I let out John.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
Okay, Kitala, stay safe. Happy is at home. Enjoy.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice too.
Thanks. I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do. That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over. Bye, Aspen.
Aww. So
Good
cute.
night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
With a trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. The two of us watch her go as she heads out into the night's darkness outside.
I imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I really am.
My hands are sore from I'm sore from all the writing, and my palms color gray with the smear pencil, lead, and ink.
Can't believe that wore me out.
Oh, just mental exercise wears you out.
You had a full day of work too. You should get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
Aww. Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work, I start to head out. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
Good night. And thanks again.
I really like them. Miho and Juliet and Aspen, they are so great.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
With a pause for another yawn, I stretch and head up the stairs. I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still weirds me out to think that people care about me. They think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think of it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. Shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and a stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has become just that routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this, that they've never been real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of, too. Rolling onto my side, look up on my own. Hasn't changed much since I moved in, but it still feels distinctly mine. This isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll to my other side. Just when did I become so sentimental? It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift off to sleep. Work's been quiet today, with only a handful of patrons coming in and all. At all. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the ales. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime though. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself. I practice writing letters off or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to what exactly I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that it goes faster now than it did before. I still have a long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride, it helps motivate me to keep trying. Even when I'm away from the desk, tidying things up or putting books away, I try to think about the letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parcel in hand. With a countdown nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk.
Hey, you're up early.
Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Miho?
Great! Check it out.
Show her one of my worksheets, which was really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over to practice. The first few, okay, most of them, are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the base though, and those ones are more legible. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks it over with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
That's all motivation it takes for a person to keep learning. To tell them, I'm proud of you. The moment you tell a person, what you're doing looks shitty, that's when the motivation stops and you stop trying. It has happened to me in the past, especially with 2D art. I presented it to some people just to get a little bit of motivation, like, hey, you're making progress and I'm proud of you. Instead, they were like, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. I was like, you know I'm learning, right? There. I'm just giving you feedback. Sometimes it's just like, you have to focus on the things that you did right, or that the other person did right. Tell them, you have done so much progress by adding this, this, and this. When you tell someone, hey, what you're doing is shit, they're gonna stop trying. Because why would they care if it's going to be shit? You know?
Thanks. I'm proud of me too. What kind of errands are you running? Need any help?
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
Yep. I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there ever was a problem, I wouldn't be hard to go find Julia to get help. That hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Oh, it's not that hard. Besides, it gives me something to do.
That's nice to hear. Don't forget to take some time for yourself and have fun every now and then, though.
I think that's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often. But I keep that opinion to myself.
I will. Actually, I'm going to the museum after this.
Ooh.
Aspen told me there's an exhibit all about Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
Useful?
Yeah, like about my person.
Oh, I see.
Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my persons yesterday. Hi, Mel. Yes, I'm gay. And you're gay too. And everyone is gay. Well, not everyone, but everyone in this visual novel and everyone in town. Or at least that I know of. We should be gay together? Hmm. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand, since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have both done too much for me to hold that against them.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
I know. Thanks.
Anytime. I'm going to head out now, but I'll make sure to come back early enough for you to go to Tipapa.
Sounds good. I'll keep studying and working until then. Bye!
Goodbye, Miho.
As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect her from the sun, then strolls out and joins the day's crowds. I stare at the now closed door, thinking, I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet have ever felt the same way about someone as I have about my person. It's a hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their face or voice, or the way they smelled, like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. It's kept me going my whole life, being my entire reason for existence, at least until arriving in Wellington anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my own home. Not entirely. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. Couldn't blame them, since I've told them all about how little I care about everything else. Maybe they think it's like a hobby, something to pursue when I have nothing else to do. But even here in the... Hi Rain, welcome back. But even here in the library, surrounded by friends, I'm busy myself in my job. Not a day goes by where I don't think of that force back into Maria and my person. Thank you, Raven. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far, they've supported me in whatever I do. In fact, when I think about those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. There have been lots of new feelings that I don't quite have words for. Like so many other parts of myself, I'm still figuring them out. That might take time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I've zoned out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and study. And I have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Hydrate, okay. I need a little bit of Monster. And a little bit of water. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet return from her errands. Holding up her parcel, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Cool! Thanks! I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do!
Mm-hmm. Oh. That the scene switch was a little bit off. I put away my study materials in my room and then with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
Fresh air again.
Yes, I've been spending so much time inside since I started working. My walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier. Scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier. And I'll bet even the grass would feel softer as I was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed, not that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today though. With the museum as the only thing in my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back or maybe on a break. I follow the direction she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big, with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is front and tan, while the other is made of darker stone and looks more blocky. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling, with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay or sneak in.
Whoa.
The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looked big from the outside, but from the inside, it's huge.
How am I gonna find the crane exhibit?
I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and all I can see floors and elevators going all the way to the top. A family walks by me following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my own first. And if I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I will start to wonder about once inside, looking for anything that might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles, and other, hang from the wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they are real animals at first, but after staring closely, I can see that they're just models. Oh, that reminds me when I went to the Natural History Museum here in Berlin. They had a taxidermy exhibit and it was so creepy. It was really creepy, like, oh, disgusting, it's creepy. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what look like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? Now they're dinosaurs. Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I skip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are dedicated to human and fable civilizations. These are variations of all human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. A tour guide walks to a small group as I walk around explaining this and that. So, werewolves and dragons? Raven, they have your parents in that museum. I go slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. I even recognize some of the human technology and knickknacks from long ago. Had no idea they were old enough to be part of a museum now. There is even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and people fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and the fabled coexisting. I was around back then, but I stayed out of it. Just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much. I'm sure Juliet will love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul, the Korean writing system, is hanging over a number of display cases and tabletop exhibits. I hurry over to get a closer look. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the lower floors. I'm able to take my time browsing without feeling like I'm getting in anyone's way. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know when I see it. I start at the entrance and I slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on pedestals next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just pants and a jacket, but most are vividly colored dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hand. If I was still a thief, I bet this would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings. Tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people and cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. I've never been a big fan of art, but somehow these feel different. Looking at them doesn't make me sad, but it does make me feel something. Like I'm wanting something I can have. Suddenly it comes to me, a feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've experienced before. Homesickness. A painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There is not much that can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. That's never mattered before, but now I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me, just to feel something from that same era as me. Of course, they're behind ropes, which give me well back. Me home. I reluctantly start to move on again. Just as I do, a certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in a corner, as if nobody thought it was that important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side there is a fox surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure. A human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring. But that's not what stands out the most to me. On her head are 2 pointy ears, and several long, bushy tails stick out of the bottom of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this artwork. Another Gumiho? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling. The sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails. Claws that are clearly meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. There is just a small part that remains, a pair of boots on the ground, surrounded by the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then the unmistakable bone white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise a hand to my neck, feeling my own being. It's reassuringly warm to the touch. Somehow, I get the feeling that the one on the painting will be ice cold. This portrait of a Gumiho leaves me conflicted. There is the same longing I felt looking at the painting on the floor of the forest, but those clothes and the blood, those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view Gumiho? It would explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger. The curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when the fable became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ears and tail hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just from existing. The threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the Gumiho in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone? That just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. Hitala! Welcome back. I'll tear my eyes away from the painting, but I know I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There is no point dwelling on what could have been. I passed through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, partly glancing at the artifacts that I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. You know you're a cute kitty, right, Kitala? Not a kitty, you're a panda. What the fuck am I saying? You're a cute panda. Pa. Brain. Panda. Red panda. Pink panda. I don't know. I'm confused. I have no brains. I'm sorry. In a small and unremarkable display case among many others, there are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old-style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it with me to compare. The sweep of the brush stroke, the shapes of the characters, the shape of the ink. Fox! Careful! You're a foxy girl. One may say that you are fixing them. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. Press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I finally... Pandas and foxes are both cute. I mean... Even... dragon cats are cute, green. I love the OST. I press my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I finally...
Hey, no touching!
I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around and see a woman wearing a badge and museum t-shirt stalking towards me angrily. The instincts I thought I'd already kick in. It's time to run. Backing up, I look around for a getaway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one that the man is approaching from. Making me think. There has to be a way out of this. Could I jump over the displays? No, they are way too tall. Maybe if I transform, I could get past the tenant. I have no idea how to navigate this building though. A spin of fogs would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, I could probably run right past them like the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Hearts racing, my panic must show on my face because they stop a couple meters away from me frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat, expecting them to snap around and come after me. Of course that doesn't happen, and I'm very slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or because they just didn't notice. My face is burning red, and I look down at the scrolls again just to hide it. Look, her face is like Rin's right now. All red and cute. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time. Considering I'd just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I once drew from humans, it makes some sense. After I settle down for a while, I turn my attention back to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. There is a little card in one corner of the case, covered in text. I may have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I considered trying to copy it all down to husband or Juliet, read it to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I gulped, looking over at the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. I do have an option. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. They're just a regular person, I remind myself, like Aspen or Juliet. Or even like me now, just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough. Thank you, Raven. As he looks over to me, her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you? I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like who wrote them. Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Wouldn't they even believe me if I say I can't read? I worry that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me? Oh, sure. Let's see.
That's almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all. Simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
Jong-in. Yeah, Tendon keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've probably forgotten what I came for. A name. Jong-in. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen for the rest of what I've been reading. Thank you, Kitala. Thank you for just that stream loads reading. To listen to the rest of what I'm reading out loud and thank the person on autopilot when they are done. My head's not here in the present moment. It's back in the forest where I was born.
정인.
Once they've walked away, I say it aloud, trying out how it sounds. I think it fits them.
정인. 정인.
I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally, I have something to go off. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander off the museum. I can't wait to tell Julian and Espen. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library. Those are my thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that the sun out until I reach the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn into parkland.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I've visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. I hum to myself as I turn back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. If I give Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she can help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Jongin will have a ton. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. Doubt they ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the folks they met back then, but the person now. I have a feeling they'll at last be as glad as I am. They're probably dead, Miho. They're probably dead. I may be halfway home before I realize that I'm not alone. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of all the people in the distance, but they are all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth, but try as might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animal. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot Bosch, slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
I start to bend down and reach out a hand, like I would to a pet dog, but hesitate. Enough from experience that the fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised he hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest moment, her eyes locked on mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on her back of my neck stand up. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off of me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer, and her fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumiho. My throat tightens and goes dry. My vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen over, except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shimmer in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike, hanging loosely on her frame. The rough fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band with a shining white bead. It's held in the middle by another loop of feather. I've recognized that they have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is duller and multicolor, hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. Soft, blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of a painting I just saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they are the same shape of mine, they are sharper, angrier, crueler. She hauntingly touches her long flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Kieran! Thank you for that prime sub. Holy shit. Another cute boy. Better to get away alive than risk my life for fun. My survival instincts tells me that this is one of those times. The other gummy who laughs, but there is no humor in it. Sharp and hollow. It only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run.
Hi, Kian. How you doing, kitty pie?
The human... what? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually. Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived, I was hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool.
You got ice cream? Nice. How's the game? It's going well. It's a really nice sapphic visual novel. And I'm enjoying it. Honestly, it's been a while since I tried it and I was scared of continuing it because of my dyslexia, but apparently with the ADHD pills, it got easier. I don't know why.
I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scraps. We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
The words hung in the air, poisoning my good mood from just moments ago. My first instinct is to run away as usual. Something stops me though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience of finally meeting another good one is me rooted in places where I fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've been to another to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hope that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind. Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more. These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away at which is wild and free in you. Do not mistake my words for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness. Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be.
Vanilla is good. I don't like it, but if you like it, it's good. In my opinion, just vanilla is too dull for me. And I'm talking ice cream. Okay? I'm just talking ice cream here.
You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She stares me for a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to so much as stammer out of denial. Thank you, Rin. Her clothes melt away into silver fur. She transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes back in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my hand evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me eats away. Do you love the squeaks? I'm glad, because I just put them because of that. They are so cute, and they're just adorable, aren't they? I'm left just standing there, alone. Closing my eyes and muster the strength that I haven't tapped into my way. That I haven't tapped into in weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform. My body following the same motions as the other Sugumi has. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps on four legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with this fall. Almost stumbling over, just trying to move. Maybe there is a bit of truth of what's in what she said. Take a few more steps towards the brush. Soon I give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There is a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, that is unmiserable as a fog. And unmissable as a fog. Wow. Hi, Resta Makurabe? My Mimo doll is so cute. It is. I mean, this is something that Adi made for Lyri, and I love it. Huh? Why didn't that work? Can I replay that? Yeah. I cannot replay that, can I? Let me just check it. Because I don't know what happened there. Together clip that now. No whistlers, no ads, no. Where's my reports? Canvas work here. Okay, here. Okay, it says remove, so I should have it available. Where is it? Manage goals? No. Manage prediction? No. Marker? No. Here. Hello? Doesn't work. Okay, let me check Vinian. Why is it not working? Okay, Okay, it's working here. Let me check if it's something that it got disconnected from Twitch. Nope. Apparently Yumi is Raven. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as human, but is unmissable as a fox. But how you doing, Makurabe? Are you doing alright? Alright? I recognized it immediately. From a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here, when I first walked from my den near the mountain and stepped outside, I knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared, then I transformed back. I don't really like a fox. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used any of my talents in a long time. My clumsiness, my fox form, my own original body is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free, and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here and to not be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gamiho itself both prove that there is something different about me. Something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all the aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. Feel disconnected, torn between two walls that I barely know, but can't help being drawn to. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know that Juliet and Aspen would say that it make it true. Their home hasn't been my home for long. Been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain out here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Julian and Aspen everything I found at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets of the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room as quickly and quietly as I can and climb under the covers. It's far too early to go to bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope that I feel better in the morning. Miho. Baby. Baby. Yesterday's event, both the good and bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in bed before I get up. Now that the shock's worn off, I feel a little bit better. But what's happened? I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumi home by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I had met another Gumiho before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There is no way to know. I just drive myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Julia. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help but think of what the other Gumiho said, how I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I've let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it makes me feel a little bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the pleasant scent of fresh cut biscuit, fresh cut fruit, and frying eggs, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with two smiles.
Morning, Miho. Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slice, munching on those while waiting for the other two to go back to their conversation. Death. Both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go? The museum? Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
Yay! There is a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them? Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Tony, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment, there is silence, other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan. Both my friends just stare at me, dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm. I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
It's tempting to tell them about the Gumiho, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything said, but that's why I can't tell them. Not yet, in a way. I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
They are great, they are not pushing.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Juliet fills our plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. Feel like Aspen and Juliet are having a conversation in their silence. Of course, they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I'm still excited, of course, it's just been tempered a little. I still plan to ask Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Yongin, but I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables. Another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure, as always.
Bye!
With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I then go into the library, ready to start the day, or end it in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting everything ready. The checkout sheets, the pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else. She thinks it's better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading up to her room. I whistle while I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for the first patrons to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately as a way to spend time while alone. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. For long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do, books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. Keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. All right. Should we do? What should we do? What should we do? There's no character that are in these areas, so we can just take whatever. Though I'm kind of tired. I'm gonna try to pull to the end of the chapter and then I'll leave it there. So, do you know what? I'm gonna go to the Mount Victoria. Probably I will just also do some investigation for the folks. Kind of curious. Walking up the mountain trail today, I found myself a shiny coin. So I decided to use it on the binoculars at the top. Once you drop the right kind of coin in, you can look through the glasses and see all kind of things. Still don't really get it, but it's neat when it works. Alright, what's going on in Wellington today? Ew! I fell away from the glasses as if they just burned me. There's an old man skinny dipping in the river. I did not want to see that, especially not up close. I can't believe I paid for that. I give the glasses poke a gentle kick, hoping maybe it'll spit my coin back out. But the greedy thing barely shakes. Oh well. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. We'll see each other later instead. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I have to make sure they don't trip on any of the books. Before she went to bed for the day, Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needs them. At least it makes my work easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gazed out the window with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy view. I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly spats against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
At first, it looks like a bottle of water that's stuck to the window, but then it starts to wiggle. Staring confusion as a pitiful looking face forms in its middle, then frowns at me. Suddenly, it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. Never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out into dry land when it's raining. That might be what this one did. Now that it's stopped raining though,
Oh no, you could dry up.
just like a fire elemental can die if its flames go out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. The weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay. Wait right there. I'll go find something.
I don't know if it can understand me or even hear at all, but I wave at the window and hold up one finger to try to show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there is no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. The biggest one Juliet has is the one that she uses to make pasta, and that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she wants the taste of water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti.
Where else?
I could just wake Juliet up and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through all the rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom, nor in the library area. When I check the dining room a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of the shelf I haven't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before running back to the window. The elemental is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it triples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting into a watery smile. Head out the front door and skip around the window, skelching through the wet glass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Holding the bowl up to the window, I gently press the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. That is thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into the bowl and bubbles, which I hope it's a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers with water both above and below it. When it gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills it up. The water sloshes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and an uncertain looking face appears at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
Hold the bowl as steady as I can and try not to spill any more as I go back into the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get any books wet. There is an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else to try.
I rack my brain trying to think of something I might miss in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not schloss.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
Aww. Run into the bathroom. I plug up the bath and set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back to retrieve the bold elemental. This time I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tap is about half full by the time we get back, which should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big a rush as before, I got to resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in, since I'm trying to help someone out. The first room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. The room after that is locked.
That's weird.
Try the knob again, in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before since it's so far from my room. I drop to all fours and try to see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, it's in a closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black. When I step inside, I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had at first just been dark smudges turned out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk. A storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes filled with all kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has some folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. Heavy blanket is dropped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. Haul it all out and remove the blanket. Smiling at my finding is a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink and rinse it out before hauling it to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tap, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes more maneuvering to hold the tank under the set, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and leave. I nearly tear my arms off.
That's heavy.
I didn't notice when I was just getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. Way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It had seemed so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tiled floor, I sigh. The elemental flows dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but Now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
Juliet forces a lid, and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken like I always, like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank.
Meow.
I didn't look inside the locked room, though.
Juliet's frown deepens. It doesn't look like she's angry, more like she's sad.
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I don't like that although. I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of the water before dripping it back into the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ah. Sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset after all, but something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. After a couple minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out of the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. It has a rope handle and isn't very large, but should have more than enough space for the tank. With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take one end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight stripes to help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get my face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
This time the elemental shifts into the biggest screen I've seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out and more grey than blue, but at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
The muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it get out of control. But other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not far to the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river way back when I was still living in the woods. It wasn't helpful to me then.
Don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Nearly near the bottom of the ramp, I wrapped the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and elemental spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes about the empty area, before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards like a fountain, arcing clear over me. As I look up, I see the elementals shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, The most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. Then the water and elemental cross back into the river, and everything goes still. I smile, certainly that I understand.
You're welcome.
That was great. I'm gonna go to the Bell House. Why not? An employee I don't recognize is working the counter today at the cafe. She asks for my name with a terse but polite smiles and bags under her eyes. She must have come in early or something. I mumble my name for her absent-mindedly and walk off to find a seat. Fergie's chiller for Mimo? Fergie's chiller for Mimo. I glance around, but everyone seems firmly situated with their drinks and phones, and not a soul stares at the order being called. When my eyes sweep over the employees, he's desperately trying to lock eyes with me. Me? Huh? A Mimo? Feeling a little dazed, I take the drink from the employee, and she thanks me and nods. So, this is my drink after all. I look at the unfamiliar letters on my cup that most assuredly say Mimo. Mimo. That's a new one. All day it's been showering on and off, raindrops and pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see the report from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking up to the door. A series of three knocks gently ringing out against it. Always three. I'm Juliet.
Yeah?
Oh, I like this little girl. So cute.
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself and waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. There are already two mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
Ah. She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from my blanket to cuddle it. Happy for the warmth, hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime then? Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and sandwiches.
Ooh, that sounds lovely.
There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
That's okay. I'm sure I'll be fine with anything they have. I can't remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
Aw, Mimo.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Aww.
Have
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time, I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Aww.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps
Ooh.
we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it anytime.
Sure.
I love how much she cares about her. I toss that onto the mental pile of if there is ever anything that Juliet offered me. I know she means well, but at this point, I can't remember anything she'd said about. The two of us continued to chat for a while, and I've recounted the full day's events with the elemental to Julia, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops. That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, it's just the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal that painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is. Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
I'm so sorry, guys.
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid. I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not my childhood.
Huh?
The sponge stops moving. Julia's shoulders slumbering as she gives up trying to walk. Feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She had a kid. She turns back towards me, taking a breath, before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me, though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
You have a daughter?
I think the right tense is had.
Yes, and she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life.
Oh.
Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child. I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her.
Oh no.
It was cold that morning, so very cold. When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm. She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused.
That's part of being a parent. Like, I know it for myself. Like, just holding a child for the first time. You don't know what to do. You just see them all week in your arms. and you panic. You don't know what to do, you don't know if you should kiss them, if you should hug them, you don't know anything. They seem so fragile that you're scared of hurting them with the slightest touch.
I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on, of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music, a melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate and so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future, her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for, and likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew, from a curious baby to a precocious child, then to a confident young lady, and finally to a lovely woman.
Sorry guys, I had to just dry my tears. This is hitting so close home. Dang it.
I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath. I don't remember holding. Just as when Sid first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty well, somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise to myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived and grew up in a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things.
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter, of scraped knees and tummy aches, of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not simply a reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Wow. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
I guess it's right. Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we are in now. She gives me a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
No wonder, girl. No wonder.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier, with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I step back, not sure of what else to do or what I might said wrong. You didn't say anything wrong being home. The main thing is she grew up. She lived her life. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
Would you, Juliet? Would you be alright on your own? I need to hug her. I want to hug her. Why cannot hug Juliet? Dang it.
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
I can hug me home. It's here. It's just right here. Me home.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you. I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying all that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something. Or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette is so different to the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully, it'll make more sense tomorrow after I get to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first, as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get it up the stairs, but fortunately, it's not that heavy, even with my blanket banked up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag it the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty spot, I take a proper look around now that I know what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot rags of clothes and stacks of books and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way back to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a doll house, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head to my own room, I get the feeling that there is something missing from Cosette's side here. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. The morning air is fresh and crisp. The plants around us looking healthier for the drink last night. A handful of small bottles here and there are all that remains of yesterday's rain, likely to be completely dried up in a few hours. As I stand by the front door of the library, Juliet walks up beside me and unfolds her parasol, bringing it over her head.
Shall we depart? It's about a 30-minute walk from here, so perhaps we'll take a ride back once we're done.
Yep. Will you be okay in the sun with that?
Yes. It's still early enough that I don't need to worry too much.
Lead on then.
Stepping out into the brilliant morning, I stretch and roll my shoulders. It's a nice day, not too cold and not too hot. As always, Juliet's steps are measured and even as she walks. Her parasol bobs with each step, making it look like she's wearing a big hat from this angle. I smile myself at the image as I skip along beside her. Even with protection from the sun, it's rare to see Juliet out in the daytime.
So, I was wondering something. If your daughter lives so close, then why doesn't she come to visit more often? I've been here for a couple months now.
Although she clearly heard me, Juliet doesn't answer. Maybe it's too personal a question because things are tense between them. I've never seen Juliet not answer one of my questions before, so I don't push it. Juliet remains quiet as we keep walking. that isn't unusual for her, but I still feel a little awkward.
Sorry if I shouldn't have asked that.
No, it's all right. You'll see when we get there, though.
Okay.
We head in a direction that I haven't explored before. We're in the same area as the gardens, but not quite the same spot. A massive green hill watches over us from one side, while trees blankets the other. After crossing a small bridge that runs over the highway, we reach another beautiful area. The concrete path we walk along is lined with bushes and flowers and the occasional decorative lamps. There are a few houses peeking through the trees, which ring the area, as most of the field is still covered in nature.
Whoa. Are we getting close?
Yes, we're very nearly there. This is Bolton Street Park.
She's pretty lucky to live in a place like this, huh?
Even as a child, Cosette had an affinity for the woods and trees.
Aww.
I get that. I'll bet she would love to be able to turn into a bat or a fox.
I'm taken off guard by Juliet, letting out a great laugh. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. A little giggle or rarely a chuckle from time to time, but sure, but never anything so relaxed and sincere. The grin sprays on my face just from watching her.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
That warms my heart. There are only a handful of houses around the park, so I wonder which one is Cosette's. Time and time again, we walk on past the turns which lead to any of them. As I start to wonder where it is we're going, Juliet slowly comes to a stop. The main path forks into two here. The one to our left, a well-trodden dirt path. There's a sign, but I can't read the writing yet.
Everything okay? We're not lost, are we?
Heavens, no.
A number of tall trees shade the path that we are on, giving enough protection for Juliet to slide her parcel shut. She takes a deep, silent breath, then smiles and gestures down the offshoot before us.
It's right this way. Just a little further.
Nodding, I follow again, as she leads them onwards. Right away, I notice that something is a bit off. Juliet's steps are slower and a bit more uneven, like she doesn't want to get wherever we're going. After a few minutes of walking in silence, she takes one last turn off from the path we are on, leading me up a small hill dotted with trees. Once we reach the crest, Juliet comes to a stop. Still confused, I step up beside her.
Here we are.
Huh? I don't see... Oh.
In the shade of one of the trees is a grey stone monument. Its edges are rough and worn from time, but is spotlessly clean. There are altars like it nearby, practically identical. Words are carved into the stone, too small for me to read easily. I've never visited before, but I realized with these places. I silently mouth the letters of the word at the top, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it's going to say. There's a C, then an O, then an S. Cosette's grave is preserved perfectly. I'm sure Juliet wouldn't stand for anything else.
I'm... sorry. I didn't...
I hate it when I guess these things so perfectly right. I'm... It's okay, Bob. It's okay. You're strong. Forget it.
It's okay, Miho. I'm aware you didn't know. But I wanted you to.
A second, guys. She turns back to the grave, gently running her hand over the curved stone.
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me.
Juliet's shoulders shake with that sound as I stand there, helplessly, the shadows as she takes a deep breath.
Or that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them.
She gives a small smile as she looks at me, even as tears well in her eyes. I gulp to try and force down my own emotions.
You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I would...
Juliet sobs, dragging her hand across her face. All I can do is watch, my own emotions, a storm that tosses me in all different directions. The pain in Juliet's shaky voice is enough to make my own breath tremble. But beyond that, there is something else. Something eating at me that I don't want to acknowledge. Juliet turns back towards the grave, taking a couple steps closer. Unfurling her parasol, she holds it over her shoulder like a shield, guarding herself against the sunlight. She is also able to stand a little straighter.
I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all. That I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days
that followed her passing. As I wandered lost and alone, I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life.
Oh my, that went right to the heart.
The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as a misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater. Something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It always seemed so trite, so mature. An attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho. To be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant. There is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s. A good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day. But there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live. And when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. for virtue, for friendship, for others, for tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
With absolute clarity, the storm inside me calms as I pass through its eye. There is a sense of finality in Juliet's words, which leaves them ringing in my ears as I stumble backwards without thinking about it. To die is human. All humans, said someday aspect, but also even mine, my person. Understanding hits me like an arrow to the heart, but I barely notice the look of surprise on Julia's face as I transform. Sorry, my voice break there. As I transform, turning tail and fleeing into the forest. My person, the one I've searched for my entire life, is dead too, long dead. No matter what happened after they left the forest, the nature of their human lifespan means that they lived lifetimes ago, generations ago. As I run further and further away, one thought echoes about the others. All this time, all these years, all these decades, they've been for nothing. I dig my claws into the earth with every step, chewing at the roots and leaves. I do know the name for the feeling pulling and tugging at me, the one that had taken over Juliet as we stood there. One I've heard of but never felt until now. Grief. Every lie, every theft, every struggle and hardship, everything for nothing. That word swirls in my head, a dying leaf drifting towards the ground, falling and powerless to stop itself. Finally, I come to a stop, not even knowing what I am or for how long I ran. I just stop when I lose the will to run anymore, transforming onto my knees. Sorry, I had to blow my nose over there. Every decision I've ever made, every place I've ever gone, had all been in service of one dream. Over time, I grew to rely on it. I didn't even have to think or make a difficult decision for myself. Instead, it was like I had a path to follow, however long. But that path wasn't actually leading anywhere. All it did was take me far away or leave me on my own. Rising to my feet, I look around the area. Although the trees and slopes remind me of Mount Victoria, I don't recognize it at all. Julia's nowhere to be seen. The sprawling sunlight means she couldn't join me here even if she wanted to. Even if she found me. I wonder if she's looking. Juliet, who always seemed so calm and put together. Behind that mask, she was hiding all these feelings. What else don't I know about her? What else has she been keeping to herself? Is it just more pain? An ice cold chill runs down my spine, making me shudder as I realize something else. She must have known, too, that my person was dead. She must have figured it out right away, yet she never told me. Husband too. Suddenly, every pain look or topic changed whenever I brought up Jong-in. Makes sense. They both knew. They were hiding me all along. This whole time, letting me go on and get my hopes up without ever stopping me or telling the truth. It was so simple too, so obvious. If I just thought about it for a bit myself. I've had realized that humans live and die much faster than my kind do. Sighing, I sit down on the grass, dropping my arms around my knees. I mash one palm into my eyes to wipe away the tears that are there.
Stop crying, Miho.
I feel you, girl. I feel you. With a few deep breaths, I managed to fight away the stinging pressure and keep myself from breaking down even more. I sigh again once. I'm certain I won't turn into a sob. Now that the initial shock was worn off, the pain in my heart has gone from a sharp stab to a dull throb. Aside from pure survival instinct, death was always been distant and faceless too. But now I have to look it in the eye. My day with Youngin was short, thousands of times shorter than the time I've spent looking for them since then. Still, it was all I had. Where do I even go from here? Sun is getting higher, so Juliet must have made her way home by now. She might even be waiting for me to come back. We both know I have to at some point. It's getting harder for me too. Shakily, I rise to my feet and look around again. Actually trying to get my bearings. I have to. I can just go back in the direction I came from until I find somewhere familiar. I start walking back towards the library, since it's the only place I have to go. I think of it as home for now, but I can't help but picture Julia's sobbing face. Moral note: there has to come a time someday where we don't see each other, and that will be the end of our memories together, or at least her memories of me. The same goes for Aspen, as mortal as Cosette. Aren't I just resigning myself to feeling this pain again someday, potentially even stronger? Mel, it's not the time for that. I'm sorry, I'm just crying my ass off for just do that. But she was right. The other coming home, maybe I don't be going anywhere. By the time I get back to the library, I'm exhausted from the walk and sun. I throw open the library door and go inside, walking past my empty seat at the front doors. Julia's nowhere to be seen, only patrons. They've always managed just fine without me. So, bothering up to my room, I grab my blanket from my bed and wrap it around myself before I lower myself to the floor. That's when the tears hit me again. This time, I can't hold them back. Slouching onto my side, I don't even try. There is no point. As I expected, in less than a minute, there's a sound at my door. 3 knocks. Always 3.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
I don't respond. I don't even know if I want to see Juliet right now. She's part of this too, after all. She pauses outside for a moment, but a few seconds later, Juliet opens the door anyway.
Oh, Miho.
The beating in her voice tells me everything I need to know. I can only imagine what I must look like. Covered in blankets, lying on the floor. I must look pathetic, childish. I must be how I always look to her. It must be how I always look to her.
Miho. didn't mean to.
Juliet trails off, still just inside the door. I can see her legs and cane, but not her face. I can picture the concern in it all.
Didn't mean to what?
The words came out as a growl, surprising even myself, but I can't pretend, not now. She let herself in here, she can deal with it. Her cane sways from side to side as she rings her hand, almost knocking into the wall more than once.
Mean for you to put things together this way. Such a painful way. I wanted to.
So you did know.
I cut her out without thinking, as she confirms my suspicions. With one arm, I pull myself up, letting the blanket fall away from my face as I glare daggers at Juliet.
Pardon?
You knew.
Slowly, I rise to my feet. My head is pounding and I can hear my blood pumping as anger rises through me, bubbling out like liquid magma.
All this time they've been dead, and you knew, didn't you? You probably knew from the first time I told you about them, right?
She stiffens, and then Juliet says deeply, "It's all anyone ever seems to do around here."
I did, yes.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Although tears are beginning to choke my voice again, I manage to shout out my question, my accusation.
I've been looking like such an idiot. I'm already an idiot compared to you and to Aspen. Every day I'm reminded of that. But this really takes the cake, doesn't it? I've been wasting my whole entire life over something everyone else can figure out right away.
Miho, it isn't like that.
Then why? Tell me why you didn't tell me sooner. Or Aspen. She knows too, right?
Juliet nods meekly. My eyes burn, and my nose is running. My face hurts in every way possible.
We didn't know how.
Know how? What do you mean, know how?
I can't keep myself from shouting. I feel so stupid, so angry, so sad.
Please, Miho, try to understand. We were still just getting to know you. You barely trusted Aspen or me. If we just told you that the person you were looking for was deceased, we didn't know how you'd take it. You might not even believe us, for one thing. Or perhaps it would give you cause to run away again. As the weeks went on, we wanted to, but it never seemed to be the right time. Neither of us wanted to be the one to, out of nowhere, bring your whole world crashing down. Not when you were trying so hard. You seemed so happy. It felt more cruel to ruin that in a way. I'm sorry, Miho. I truly am. It was wrong of me to let it go this long without saying anything, but believe me, I only hesitated out of love. Aspen and I both. We simply couldn't bring ourselves to break your heart that way.
But a lot of good that did. Juliet sniffles and I have to look away. I don't want to see her cry again. Not while I'm already like this. Stooping down to the floor, I pick my blanket back and wrap it around myself again. Even as I do, I can't help but think of how it's not really my blanket. It's Juliet's. She just lets me use it, like everything else.
Go away.
To my relief, she doesn't try to argue. Doesn't even say anything else. She just nods and suddenly leaves the room. second the door shuts behind her, I collapse into my bed, put my pillow over my face, I succumb to my grief. My everything hurts. When I came up, I wake up, damp pillow still covering me, my face and head hurt from crying, and my body hurts from passing out in an uncomfortable position. Yeah, Mel, you came in a very emotional bit, and I was not just prepared. I'm so sorry. It's it's a lot, and I'm already crying. I didn't even mean to fall asleep. I must have cried myself into it. The memories of yesterday don't even give me a chance to wake up before they flood my brain, pulling the ground out of me into slow. I don't want to get up. I don't want to leave my bed. What's even the point? Still, I know I have to. I have to see Aspen within the new few hours and Julia too eventually. I don't know what to say or even what I want to hear. As much as I'd like to avoid everything and everyone, the rational part of me knows that I can't. Instead, my magic and beat force me to conform like always. Either get up or be forgotten. It's not really much of a choice. Sluggishly get dressed and wipe down my face, which is still red from crying. Then I trot towards to where we'd normally be having breakfast. Said it's later than usual. There is food on the table for me, but it's long since cold, and I can hear the sounds of conversation and movement. That means the liver is already open. Life goes on, with or without me. Camden the slices cold bread, toast, browning apple without really tasting them, just knowing that I need the nourishment. Then I wander up to the front of the library with really Juliet is seated in my spot at desk. When she notices me approaching, I can see her struggle to say how to greet me, and certainly pain in her eyes. I can't decide either, so I just settle for a stiff nod.
Hey.
Good morning, Miho.
Her voice is awkwardly stilled. It seems out of place for Juliet. I gesture at the stack of books next to her and the half-filled, checked-out seat.
You can go to bed. I can take over from here.
Juliet shakes her head, looking a little more confident in the motion.
No, it's all right. You're in no state to be working today. Let me handle it instead.
Really, it's fine.
The patron starts across the counter, a couple of books in his hand. I start to reach for them, but Juliet stands up, blocking me off.
Good morning. All set to check out?
I let my hand fall to my side. The person checking out books looks a little confused but settles on talking to Juliet instead of me. Fine then, if she wants to, she can do it. She has that same practiced tone of voice when it comes to helping a stranger that Aspen does. Aspen Cole is her customer service voice. To me, it's the same as how I'd sound when trying to deceive someone or get something out of them. The only difference is, I'm not sure I could put mine off now, like she can. Then again, seems like Juliet must have always been good at hiding her feelings. Cautiously, I turn around and step out from behind the desk, passing by the guests on my way out the door. From the corner of my eye, I can see Juliet watching me as I go, even as she deftly handles the checkout. And this is where I'm gonna leave it. Ooh. Ah. Okay. Here. Okay.
Let's meet again.
Okay. Dang. That was a lot. That was really a lot. Dang. Oh my gosh. Thank you for being here, for just listening to me read, and just being a mess, because I know I was a mess. It's pretty, but too much. It is. It really is. This game is great, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Ooh. I don't know who to rate. No, it's my. I was gonna say it's my pleasure. It was nothing pleasant about this stream. Honestly, it's too harsh, directly to the heart, really rough. Dang it. Oh my gosh. It's a lot. It's really a lot. I want to go for something that is similar, just a visual novel or something like that. Let me check if I can just find something just looking at it. Browse. Let's browse. Da-da-da. If you guys have any suggestions about people that are playing visual novels, just let me know, okay? I'm just going through all the sections in the browse to look for a visual novel. I don't see. Thank you, Raven. Yeah, Rain. I've been crying my ass out because this visual novel just got really emotional about Juliet's daughter, her backstory, and everything, and I was not ready for that, and dang it! Wow. No visual novels? That's weird. Ooh, there's a new great browser? Okay. Novel, let's see. Okay, there is one person that is streaming Spill the Beans. We're gonna go with that. I don't have anyone playing visual novels, but he is playing Life is Strange. That's good enough for me.
That's a great game, honestly. Thank you, Korkoho. Okay, let me just go to the channel. Yep, we're gonna read them. Okay. So thank you so much everyone for being here, for being amazing, for being lovely, and really for just bearing with me while I was sobbing my ass. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. Honestly, it's oh my. Oh. Okay. I'll be back on Thursday because I want to do some art and I cannot just do a stream on Wednesday as I'm just DMing a furry game. So yeah. Ooh. Until then, please stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself, take care of each other, and see you on Thursday. I really love you all, and thank you for being here today. It meant a lot. Thank you, Kitana. Bye.